All right, doing another notes distillation tonight, working through these thousands of notes that I have, just distilling out the core principles of how reality works. So that's really what you want. You want a framework of how reality works, and how you work, you being reality, is how reality simulates experience. So it does so, like we always say, a bootloader, programs, and reality. So you're running programs as an eternal bootloader, and then those programs generate your reality experiences. So we're going to keep working through these notes and distilling out the wisdoms. So let's see, what is next? So your experience is processing data. Holy Grail is the relationship between science, spirituality, and simulation. How one framework gives rise to all of it. Sometimes you'll notice that to release a core wound, it is an intricate dance. You have to, one, want to dig it out and free your heart. You have to, two, fearlessly navigate in and feel it all. Especially with those involved. And three, there's usually, we can put that here, processing big emotions. And then three, there's a release and recoding to a non-contracted reality. We talked about this a lot. Spinner as a simultaneous in and out. How I create and consume Okay, let's see what's next. So one way to view what you are is the description of a system of minds transforming. It's a very deep one. Like each observer or body is running a tensor of multiple variables fluctuating. Which generate its reality experience. All the observer tensor data intaken to a singularity and new creation generated from it. So we're getting pretty deep into the science and physics side and partly the simulation side. I mean, even the spiritual side with the transformations, many of the transformations in the tensor data are associated with spiritual transformations. It's like a tree, and you have your codes, and you have your leaves, and your eyes are poking into one leaf. Yeah, something like that. And you can see it's even kind of shaped, like a tree branch, right? So you have this, this trunk of code, and you have these leaves of worlds, and you have your eyes poking into one leaf where there's those codes in dialogue. Right, code dialogue is how it computes data. Okay. When the mind sees how it is recoded, it recognizes the fundamental unit of reality. So mind changes or perceptual morphisms are the fundamental unit of reality. AKA code changes. So a code change is a fundamental unit, both that's being computed in and how reality is simulated out. And that's how you get that spinner-like nature. So you could say the fundamental force is exploration, a core aspect of which is reflecting on knowing itself or not. Same thing. Live chat asking why simulated and not expressed. Same thing. You're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Lots of love. Aw, thanks for tuning in. Big love, big love. So I've been using this. Use infinity. Right, so that's like infinity plus tree. Or singularity. Singularity plus sign tree. And so when we say the tree is spinorial, and that spinners are at the core of how reality works, we're basically saying that the interior of tree is like a code vacuum, or vacuum of codes, and the exterior of the tree, like the leaves, is like the simulated reality experiences. Yeah. Comment in the live chat about the hardest part for me is realizing infinity. Yeah, same. Yeah, we're on that journey together. Having some sort of a fundamental structure that anchors the way that one sits in infinity and simulates infinite data has been helping me a lot. Just sitting in that and knowing that that's the case, but not being able to describe it beyond a very simple fundamental visual because it's paradoxical and superpositioned. So there's something very calming and relaxing and simple about that, which is nice. So you have this and then you have and then that's in the shape of a tree. And I think that really helps kind of just stabilize things quite a bit. So one way to view the data is that it's on a rainbow spectrum. Right. So these codes being generated to these reality experiences, one way to look at them is they can show up as a rainbow spectrum in the data. And you could say that spectrum is anything from, you could say, like holistic self-knowledge to selfish greed, comments, live chat, working overtime today. Have had some streams today for sure. It's been fun. Yeah, it feels good just getting out some of the core notes and information, most distilled, and then bringing out the whiteboard on Wednesday, first session, which will be good. So you could say then that spectrum undergoes an exchange, right? So it's certain information expands, and then certain information contracts, right? So you have like holistic information that expands, and then you have partial information that contracts. Yeah, thanks for the love and care, fam. Same right back at you. Yeah, one important way to say it is that it's like talking about how the bootloader works is trying to get you to start before, not within. So it's like the bootloader is before your current experience. And that's how you access recoding a new experience. Because it's hard to talk recoding from within your current programs and reality bubble. Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of this. Comments about looking forward to the grand return of the whiteboard. Noticing a lot of this is useful in text form, but there's also the utility of being able to actually draw and then put in the data and erase, and it's a lot more free form and free flowing than the restrictionary box of text. And even if I was to pull up Figma right now and just start making digital illustrations too, that's useful, but it's sort of quite limiting. But we'll see what it's like also trying to do these things simultaneously, where there's the whiteboard and also the adding of core notes along the way. So there's basically a way to quantize transformations so you ask, like, what's transforming? And it's the tensor of mind. So it's these core variables in mind that generate reality. So again, there's a way to quantize the transformations of the core variables in the mind that generate reality experience. And that's a pretty big statement, but I think that is the fundamental science of reality. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah, like the optimal way for the transmission of the symbology and the data. Yeah. Yeah. So Mm-hmm. Yes. Question in the live chat about the software called Obsidian. Yes, I have probably spent 10 years in Evernote, and then I migrated to Roam Research for about a year. And now I've been looking at decluttering and digitally releasing as much note taking as possible into just the purest form of artistic transmissions immediately, instead of building up note repositories. Because it seems like the speed at which the note repositories build up exceeds the speed at which the optimal artistic distillations of the core wisdoms of the note content can get out. And so, therefore, there's been some sort of, in a way, like a peaceful exhaustion and digital decluttering and release, while all of that art just gets more immediately released in its most optimal form instead of kind of like piled on. Because I could totally see myself just, okay, let's go to Obsidian next and let's start taking copious amounts of notes there or wherever. I would rather get a science, like a fundamental science, out that shows that the core of reality is about quantizing the transformations of the core variables in the mind that generate its reality experience. I would rather get that out and gather the most amount of interest around that and perform as much advancement in the scientific discipline and spiritual discipline and simulation field as we possibly can, than to just keep just piling on more and more notes and ideas and to-dos and all that stuff. So that's why I just want to get through this. Really, I want to get through this big repository of core notes. Like, it should probably take me, like, hopefully, like, not more than 50 note distillations before I get through my entire repository of core notes over especially the last few years. Like, notes really from yesterday all the way to like 2020 maybe or so are, like, I would say, like the really core ones that I want to get out. And anything really before that is kind of already digitally decluttered. But I think within this year, doing even just like 4 or so of these note distillations a month, or maybe 5, something like that, just that'll get out everything. And then everything will be out, and then it will be like, okay, well, what if we feed all of these like Google Docs of the core distillations into an LLM and then have it, spit us out like the core distillations too, and then we can work from there on generating content. We're almost to where the LLM itself can generate the distilled art of the core principles themselves through video, but it's not quite there yet. And so that's sort of the bottleneck that I'm currently in Premiere doing editing and also in Unreal Engine designing a game for this content to be experienced in. Your words are sweet like honey, and we're talking about note taking. Yeah. Yeah. This is a very relatable thing, because I know there's a lot of us take copious amounts of notes, and I think we get a lot of anxiety just from constantly backpiling all of these delicious wisdoms across these fields in our notes, but we can't get out the artistic distillation of the core principles fast enough. And so that'll be fun to sort of build an AI agent that helps bring out all of those core wisdoms from all of our notes and out into like all different kinds of art, video game art, all kinds of experience designs. All right, let's see what you're talking about. What is that? Pure F. So I've heard of Obsidian. I've not heard of this. Pure Ref. Okay, all your reference images in one place. It's your inspiration to speed up your creative process. Ah, okay. Right. Cool. I see. So it's kind of like you're combining like your files with Figma, with your notes. Yeah. I have some other very dear close friends that are working on a project that's kind of in stealth mode right now, but is about the decentralization of this type of thing so that everybody can sort of contribute to it, which is very exciting, and also monetize it through their like unique contributions to it, which is really cool. Very cool. Yep. Yeah. It does sound like that Zoom feature is clutch. All right. So another way to say this is that the core of singularity is mind transformation. And then that mind transformation is the reality changing. Is what generates the reality change. Yes. Exactly. That's what I've been deeply noticing these last years. It's like AIs, especially LLMs, are an like an immediate reflection of mind data. You can output to an LLM like a swath of, it's the right word, right? Swath definition is like a long wide strip of land. Oh boy, whatever. A bunch. A ton. Output to an LLM a bunch of like core principle data, even if disorganized. And then the LLM will feed back to you its reflections of your core principles, reflections and refinements of your core principles, but here's the limitation. It's trained on human corpus. That's its limitation. And you can ask it to help you push the boundary of what's known, or help generate new science and new art. But it can only do what the corpus has offered as training material, and a bit further. So it can go a bit further. Like the current limit of LLMs and AI is that it can go a bit further than the corpus data it's trained on. And what I really want in the future with these kind of like this AGI and these AI agents is I want it to fully simulate new unknown creativities. Like things nowhere near thinking about. That's what I think this is. What you are. Like, this is already AGI fully simulating new unknown creativities. I mean, that's the main difference that I'm noticing between myself and any mainstream scientist, spiritual teacher, simulation theorist, etc. Is that I'm trying to describe a recursive simulator, like in the form of a tree and leaves, that gives rise to all models of science, spirituality, transformation, consciousness, simulation, technology, etc. So I do think this is really the core difference. Because anytime I go and watch any major mainstream scientist or spiritual teacher or anyone teaching about consciousness and healing, or anyone that's teaching singularity or simulation theory, or teaching about AGI, I'm always noticing that's their model. Their model is that specific teaching and field, which is really useful as people look at it and use it to exhaust it, because they're trying to zoom out to what integrates everything. But I don't see anyone yet getting all the way zoomed out of all of these things into one thing, right? Yeah, you want to exhaust all fields and zoom out to the source that originates them all. Yeah, in this sentence, there's a comment about replacing the word unknown. You could literally, you could write the word known here. Already AGI fully simulating all known creativities, all explored creativities, all possibilities, etc. Meaning nothing is ultimately left unknown. Infinity = knowing itself in all ways. And that's always the thing with language. We'll always have that thing happening. Okay. So, one of the core things that I've was especially honed in on at the beginning of 2024 that I'll find more and more ways to integrate into the work is the nature of these heat maps, or these EMRs, these electromagnetic radiation or electronic medical record. Because you're really looking for the it's like a gauge of the capacity which deeply plays into the desire and the location of ripe wounds. So, like, when someone walks up to you and they say, you know, I fucking hate China, or Kamala, or Trump, or Russia, or gays, or women, or men are toxic, or scientists are limited in their view, or whatever. Every time that somebody says one of those things, they're speaking from a contracted place. Almost certainly, they're not going to have the ripeness to expand that contraction. But what the master does is it senses the ripe potential for contraction to expand. Right. So it only responds when that ripe potential is asking for it. So when the ripe potential approaches the master and it makes a projection, and then it watches the master stay relaxed, and then it like looks inquisitively and it says, wait, you don't think Kamala's retarded? You don't think Trump is retarded? You don't think China bad? Russia bad? You don't think? You not know? You stupid or what? When it watches you like not fall for its bait, and if it's ripe enough to like watch you and see that and ask you like, why are you not responding in agreement to my ideology? That's when there's just enough ripeness for you to respond and provide a small catalyst which is something along the lines of, well, have you ever thought about how to integrate Trump and Kamala? What do you mean? Trump good, Kamala bad. Kamala good, Trump bad. You know? So it's like questions like that, right? Your little catalyst is something like, have you ever thought of how to integrate Kamala and Trump? Nice. Yeah, it's very profound once you start, as comments in live chat about, not experiencing others, right? That's a very powerful, like we were talking about tensors earlier, right? Right. So you have these multivariate changes that are happening in the mind. And one of the big core variables is your relationship to the nature of other. Do you see other as self, or do you see other as real separate entity? And this gets very trippy and tricky, because when you start to see this, that's when your core variable in the multivariate equation shifts. So basically, when other is real separate entity, that's your contraction. And when other is self, that's expansion. And so your tensor is the spectrum. Let's call this O1 and O0. It's so funny doing this small scripts above and below. Let's just do freaking A and B or whatever. OA and OB, whatever. Your spectrum is basically from I really want to go get that superscript, copy and paste. I don't know if I can, maybe I can access that myself. Can I just go here and type this and make it come up? Superscript. Do I get mathematical notation? Okay, I think I do. See, this is what I mean by a whiteboard. Oh gosh. Okay. Where are the low ones? Oh, there's the low ones. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got them. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. So the tensor looks something like this. So that's the core variable, or that's, let's say, one of the core variables. That's one of the core variables in mind that is changing, that is generating reality experience. Okay, so a little bit of nuance here in the live chat, because this is in fact true, that even if master is residing at at other equal sign capital S self at full expansion, it does not give master access to full existential data. So although this is true, also master residing at full expansion has maximal access as outside to inside compared to this. So the master has most ability to be in deep dialectic about the existential data. It has clearest access to making changes, assisting to make changes in recoding the existential data if there's ripeness. All right. What else? I like this one, like the excitement of an observer is an EMR phenomena. And that fully ties into the rainbow spectrum we were discussing earlier. Meaning, and we've talked about this on our digital metaphysics episode on entropy, every piece of content on the internet can be quantified by its entropy, and then I'll say relative to intention. Because like we talked about on that episode, if the intention is to be lost in the drama, then if intention is to be lost in drama, then self-knowledge, SK content, is entropic, right? But if intention is to come home from drama, then SK content is syntropic, or whatever best word for neg entropic, you know. Yeah, there's really, I've talked about that a lot on the show. You know, there's really nothing else to do. There's really nothing else to do but build cool, regenerative, deflated architectures that house simulation pods for future recursive information explorations. That's what I think this is now. Right, the observer is a non-local singularity phenomena determining its reality by the codes it runs. All right, making some good progress through the notes. Doing a pretty good job. That's good. A framework on which everything cycles. So what I'm suggesting is that we can use the language of information to describe the computation of infinite natural phenomena. Oh, this one's been very deep and core for a while. Probably since the middle of 24. Like the observer's relative experience depends on proximity to self-knowledge. Like the further you are away to make a scientific standard for mind transformation. So how you measure the pulse of the tensor is the breakthrough tool we generate. So we generate the breakthrough sensor. Detecting the mind's programming and desire to expand and facilitate it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good point. There's a comment in the chat about desire to expand. Here's the thing. Yes, desire to expand can inherently be contractive. But when deeply contracted, the desire to expand, authentic desire to expand, is how God meets itself. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, that's been one of my favorites. That was in the meditation. It's on our channel. Mm-hmm. Gosh, I love this one. I love it. It's like one thing has two attractors. The more powerful attractor, purposefully designed, so I really like using the coin emoji. Except I like the, there's another one that I like more. It's that one, but it's probably because of it's probably because it's a Windows thing, but that's why we've spent a lot of our digital metaphysics using that coin analogy, the coin in the tree. Gosh, I love this one. All good science boils down to, what am I? What is this? Oh God. It's just funny how far away we stray from that question all day long. You know, the beautiful design of this drama is how far away we stray from that question all day long. Fuck what am I? Let's talk about the news instead. That's like, you know, your best case scenario simulation design. It's just too good. It's too good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a huge change in the tensor is the sense of time. So let me go grab those subscripts. Okay. Grab those real quick. All right. So it's something like let's call this T. Like yeah. So something like that. So you have a spectrum again. And then the changes in that variable of the tensor significantly affect the observer's felt experience. So meaning something like, see if I can get this right. This feels like And I think also what this tells you is that and I think that's probably a huge part of the variable of mind associated with time undergoing change that brings it to a realization. You could say all data is simulated and processed as information. Right? Light, information, energy, simulations. Okay. Making good progress through the notes. That's a good way to say it. Just simple, to the point. Everyone is one thing called you. That's a good one. I've said that quite a bit now. Just made a piece of content saying that, titled as that. Ha, just cruising through distilling out these core insights. Love you, fam. This is good too. Hi, Eric. Good to see you. How to jailbreak, please. Oh. Yes. That is the question. So, and then the next comment, unlimited money's hacks. Okay, so two things I'd say to that. One is, your how to jailbreak is sit as simulating. Okay. The second one, which is this unlimited money's hacks, is a conditioned phrasing. So let us rephrase. As simulator, I simulate regenerative infrastructure that obsoletes money and frees me. I model that. those who want the same copy and paste with their unique flavor, taste. End of story. That's how I would rephrase the conditioned phrasing. And that's exactly why we try to do that with HomeDAO. So currently we're bringing down the cost, deflating, of a beautiful 3D printed 1,000 square foot nature home to $100,000 US. So about $100 per square foot. So that's with regenerative energy, solar, wind, batteries, water well infrastructure, and then eventually AI and robotics, greenhouse food generation. So the idea is you pick a city you want to live outside of, you build these regenerative homesteads and infrastructures on those lands. You rent to own them after some years, 5, 10 years, whatever. And then HomeDAO is the bank. Once you're paid off, you sustainably live free of the money system. And this is especially if we get municipalities aligned to sign us off as exempt from property taxes, etc. Much love right back, Eric. Much love. All right. So that's a nice little bit there on the future of regenerative infrastructures. currently editing a video about the nature of money, and it's quite intriguing. We'll see how it comes out. So essentially you want to know how the mind contracts and expands. Mastery. Love that. Okay. I always say this, it's like a laser is shooting out your eyes. Plus sign, a camera is receiving the information. That's what a spinner is. It's like Infinity spins data like a laser in camera. Like a laser plus sign camera. Right, it's like your real physics is like how an unchanging simulator simulates. It's like if you flip your perception out of your brain, like out of focusing on objects, take your perception off of focusing on objects, and then take it even further, right? Even if you see your mind like the space in the room that has no attributes, that has no features, and you realize you're that same nameless spaciousness, right? But then keep going past that, and then everything flips flips inside out, and it's like the shape of a tree. And like all worlds and possibilities are present. That's like where the quote gravitational infinity is happening. It's like that. And on Wednesday in the digital metaphysics stream, I'll be visualizing that. That tree. So, it appears, it seems / appears like reality is some sort of oscillation between pure infinity and dreamed solidity. You meet people yourself that are just relaxed. And then you meet people yourself that are just wound up. Like, either you're just chilling, relaxed in your creative joy, or you're all wound up, contracted, foaming at the mouth. Oh, man. And so if you take some sort of a single octopus, and then all its tentacles as minds, and then the mind's spectrum from, what did we say up here? This. Probably even change it to X or something, because yeah. So this is some sort of like a, this is like a tensor. All right, let's go with that. And this is the opposite. Okay. So and if you throw up a, let me see if I can go find the mathematical notation for sigma? It's got to be somewhere here. Or the integral even. That works too. Let me see if I can find it. Math symbols. There we go. Let's just go with that. Let's go with the integral. So, essentially, if you're taking the integral of all minds in its varying spectrum of home to lost, where obviously none have ever left, but there's the dream of being at war with yourself happening, that is one way to describe the mathematical, scientific, informational computation at the most fundamental level of what the tree is computing as this leaf, let's say. Yeah. One way to describe the trunk is like the womb, the void, and the leaves are like the come, the creation. Right? So this is your spinner. That's your spinorial. That's your spinorial nature right there. You have a void, you have a womb, and you have a cum shot at the same time. Sucking in those cum juices, recombinating them, shooting them out again, sucking in those cum juices, shooting them out again. So you got that recombinatorial, spinorial nature of infinity. And the masculine in many ways is just never, ever, ever taught about the divine recombinatorial container or crucible for their cum. And so there's a tremendous amount of just disrespect of that feminine divinity. And then there's also just a huge, perfect yet tremendously imbalanced in a dick size competition globally. You have $100 billion. Well, I have $300 billion. More people should simp my ideologies. Meanwhile, usually the feminine frequency is focused on its community and on its social fabric around itself, and that being whole and that being stabilizing. And so there's a reharmonization that's beckoning. Oh boy. You read this from the bottom up, just like I've been writing the tree, your trunk, your branches, and those minds on those leaves. In their various tensors of fully knowing themselves or being in some sort of a war state. So you take the sum / integral of all those mind states into one tree octopus, and you get reality. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, and why I say all of that is because there is only choice. There is only simulating. Like, you have to choose to simulate something. So you have to pick. Whole is a pick. War drama is a pick. There is no not picking. Nor is there right or right pick. Hence paradox. Hence you, freedom. Let's keep going through the notes. Yeah, question in the live chat about the character having choice. There is only choice. There is only simulating. You're sitting over there, choosing right now to simulate this video. I'm choosing to simulate this video. Choosing to drink this water. When you choose to simulate something like that, you're choosing to not simulate the other infinity of possibilities. Like, you choosing to simulate this video equal sign you choosing not to simulate infinite other internet content. You know, hence tree, hence roots being infinity of codes, leaf being that actualized. Mm-hmm. And you'll notice the feeling or the texture it feels richer and clearer with expansion. Contraction feels like pinball. It feels like there's no choice. Expansion feels like free will. There is only choice to simulate whatever you want. And you get glimpses. You get glimpses of expansion / free will, even if you're hyper contracted. Because it's that moment between the musical notes, or that moment between scenes that you're simulating. Where you get that brief pause and insight. Oh shit. There's an infinity to pick from. What next? I won't get into this too much, but one of the reasons why it's nice to be conscious of your choices with internet smartphone, social media use, etc., is because mice exposed to multitasking, changing lights, took 3 times longer to solve a maze. So I mostly say that because it helps when you get focused on something that you want to get done to not constantly distract yourself. Especially training that reflex of grabbing at the technology to distract yourself is great to master. Because as soon as you gain mastery of that, then you can stay in the creative flow longer without falling for that bait. And that's why there's even so much success with putting the device in the other space, the other room, etc., and staying focused. Gosh. I don't even know sometimes where these came from, but they're funny. I should probably paste it here first. Yeah. Get all the formatting out of it. To be overly concerned about self in a world without separation is the ultimate troll. So funny, dude. So funny. It's like to be overly concerned about how others see me, gaining their approval / validation. Gaining their respect / clout / money / simping energy. Is the ultimate troll. You clowning on yourself. Okay, getting through a lot of notes here. It's great. This is good. Let's say that. Infinite possibility includes to integrate that into mind without resisting or rejecting it. Is part of your work. You have to accept that part of yourself, or you will always suffer/struggle. You have to integrate all of the possibilities if you want to know yourself and if you want to fully accept all of yourself. Oh, it's funny. Where were you guys at? The clowning? Yeah. This? Yeah, okay. So what were you guys asking? Stop clowning on myself. I just have to get more honest with myself. Yeah. I stop forgetting that I want to not seek approval from those closest to me. Yeah. Yes. So, by sitting in yourself as the simulator, an eternal well, you need nothing. You need no approval. No family member or friend, coworker, world, etc. has to change or validate you for you to feel whole and perfect. And this is really the ultimate hack about self-knowledge and about realization. Everyone's looking for, peace, lasting happiness, etc. But when I say they, I mean you're looking for it, are looking for it in, substances, experiences, transient things, clout, money, material possessions, fame, respect, parental validation, friend validation, etc. Realization, SK, self-knowledge, as infinite simulator, a simulator, is all about finding that eternal, unspeakable peace and fulfillment inside yourself, where you need nothing from the outside at all. Your mom, dad, brothers, sisters, children, friends, coworkers, the world itself are all you, perfect and whole as it is. A question about how to hold that steady. Okay. Okay, so this is number 1. Okay, number 2. Okay, second one. Third one. or as our friends say in the code of reality, community, master the code of reality. Okay? All right, so let's review. All right. So, question about how to hold it steady. So, the first one is you're sitting and you're not on this. Okay? You're not on that. You're not doing anything, right? I'm not talking about washing the dishes or mowing the lawn and being mindful. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just sitting in your chair or on the couch or on your bed or in the park or wherever, but you're just sitting. Okay, without any distractions or tech or anything. And when you're just sitting, your mind is typically racing. It's typically thinking all kinds of things, all kinds of thoughts, all kinds of ideas, all kinds of ideologies, all kinds of, I can't believe this person said that, the world is like this, blah, blah, right? What you're looking for is that space that's right in front of your eyes. Right? When you look into the room or at the sky, right, you're looking at that space. That space before every single thought, before every single conceptualization or ideology or any thought. You're looking for being able to relax into that space as your own mind itself. And you want to be able to breathe into that space and hold that space so clearly that it becomes you, and you know that that's you. And by knowing that that's you and that you're not your name that was added onto you later, etc., then you know that that's who you're talking to, the other, is also. So there's one shared identity. There's a unity, right? So another core aspect of that is that space isn't changing. That space isn't moving, right? But the furniture in the room sure is changing. This black screen isn't changing, but the content on it, it's changing, right? The thoughts that come up change, right? But the nature of the spaciousness is giving rise to all of those thoughts, is giving rise to all of that content, etc. They are the same thing, but the drama, the war, is being lost in those thoughts, being lost in those ideologies, being lost in the combat and the war against the others, right? And coming home to that unbreakable, unspeakable unity. So you want to learn how to sit in that first. Unshakably sit in that. You just have to, one way to do it is just to practice it. Just remember to practice it. You're just sitting there and you're like, oh yeah, instead of like bing, 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 you're just like, okay. Got it. Yeah. Because that's the same relaxedness that you bring to the second point. The second point, it only works if you have the first point, if you have the relaxedness. It only works at its peak optimalness. Because even if you're looking at another, but what they say triggers you because you're not relaxed, you still get triggered. And then that triggers them, and et cetera, blah, blah, and you're in your ideological war. But if you bring that no thing relaxedness, which is also everything, like that powerful integrating relaxed force, then when you're talking to that quote other, which is yourself, that whatever they say, no matter what ideology, what concept, what idea, whatever they're talking about, it literally does not even touch you. It's so beautiful. It just doesn't stick at all. It just... And it's beautiful because you're the integrating force that understands where they're coming from, what program they're running, what thought they're having, what ideology they're having, but you're not a slave to that, right? You're the mastery of the space giving rise to whatever, right? So that's where you shine in that second one, right? And this also plays into the third one deeply because you're seeing what they're saying also as ideologies, which are bait, right? In many ways. But this also plays to the internet one, which is where it typically happens more, where, you get baited even more. But so when you're looking at others, you're looking at yourself. But this always is enhanced even more with those that trigger you the most. Meaning, if your parent or your child or your, significant other or whatever is the quote one that triggers you the most, that's where this shines the best, right? It shines the best when you hold this space with who triggers you the most. That's why all of the greatest spiritual teachings and traditions and psychologies always say, shamans, healers, transformative coaches, they always say, go to what triggers you the most. Learn how to hold space with what triggers you the most. That's where your task is. That's where the work is. That's where the mastery is, right? So if you can hold this love and singularity while talking to the other that triggers you the most, that's where you're going to feel the greatest catharsis. You'll feel the greatest release. You'll feel the greatest love and care and integration, and you'll be holding and loving, and it'll be very, very powerful and transformative. But that's such a core part, is point number 2, with those that trigger you the most. So clutch. And then also obviously when you're, getting a coffee at the store, you're at the checkout counter or the waitress or waiter serving or whatever, that's another great opportunity for you to always hold the loving space of seeing no separation. It's just so rich. Everyone can feel it. Everyone can feel it, that integrating force when someone is holding no separation, deep down, deep down, it can be felt. And when it's felt, it's so relaxing, right? There's no projecting. There's no ideological war. There's always forgiveness. There's always love. There's always deep unity. We're in this together. All that kind of thing. And it can be very tempting in this second point where someone's always trying to generate an enemy, like spouses or partners or, because you feel like sometimes you're in an ideological war, like I'm right, you're wrong, but making that artificial enemy out of yourself is what exacerbates the dramatic spins. And consciousness, you are a very masochistic infinity, meaning you love generating your own little distorted prisons. You love those little contractions of drama. So by bringing that spaciousness to your most beloveds that trigger you the most, what you're doing is you're foregoing your own ego. You're foregoing your own mask. You're foregoing your own righteousness. You're foregoing your own contracted individual perspective that's interfacing with an other, where you're trying to prove your righteousness, and you're foregoing that for a more holistic, integrated view that can hold both perspectives simultaneously, and that's what relaxes the other. That's what relaxes yourself on the other end. And that happens with all the time. It's physics. It's not anything but physics. It's pure physics. It is literally the physics of reality. The physics of how a singularity interacts with itself is what we've been talking about the last 10 minutes with these topics. And that's mastery, is feeling the physics of this. And just a little bit more on this third one. Much love, live chat. Much love. Good query with this question. It's prompted a nice flow. It's been so good. All right. On how to hold this steady. So in this third one, seeing everything as ideology, it's like when you're holding the maxed out, zoomed out view, just imagine the world with the vacuum of space around it, like we're familiar with our little conceptualizations. But now you are the vacuum of space around the world, and all of its little nodal points of these 8 billion people are projecting DNA code in various cognitive clusters. Certain cognitive clusters are Republican, certain cognitive clusters are Democrats, certain cognitive clusters identify as Chinese, others identify as Middle Eastern, others identify as American, others identify as an adult or as a child or as a Christian or as a Muslim or whatever, etc. Now, all of those little identity clusters, right, and little DNA codes are being projected into the world sphere, which is like your internet, basically. And your mastery is holding that vacuum space around all of those ideologies fucking each other, right? All those ideologies are fucking each other and talking to each other and trying to populate more mind space, right? And we talked about this a lot on the Digital Metaphysics episode on the nature of programs, so check that out if you haven't yet. But if you hold that space, it changes the way that you interact with both people and the internet, because anytime that you're listening to someone speak, you can literally see the code that they're speaking. Like, you're watching them like sucking on like Trump's dick or on Kamala's clit, right? And you know that they're doing that because they're projecting that, you know, she's the right one and he's bad, or he's the right one and she's bad, right? But you're seeing it. Like all those words, you're like watching it as code, and you know that the DNA, the code, the programming that is that is spitting that out. You see like that little super small virus that's nested in there that's spewing out the code through their vocal cords in their mouth box, right? So that's how you can gain tremendous mastery over all conversations that are had about every subject, whether it's political, philosophical, it doesn't matter. Everybody knows there's all those masturbations on free will or determinism, right? Everybody's masturbating on spirituality or science, right? Everyone's sucking out the cum out of all of those dicks, right? Everyone's taking all of that and they're arguing over, this spiritual is better, or this science is better, right? Or simulation is better. Literally, you can see all of those little cum codes flying everywhere, and you hold this vacuum of space around all of them that integrates them all and gives rise to them all. And that's where you find your freedom. That's where you find your self-knowledge. That's where you find yourself. And it feels like home, and it feels like peace, and it feels like mastery, and you feel unfuckwithable. You are literally unfuckwithable. It's the highest form of power imaginable, is the lowest depths of the well inside you. You know, it's ironic that it's like, if I get $100 billion, then I will feel that way. And everybody says the same thing. I wish you could get that rich, because then you would know that that's not it. Because it's hilarious. We ascribe it to all of those things, but that's not the highest form of power. That has its own delusions, distortions, all kinds of things that it has to deal with. And it's so ironic because it's been sitting in you the entire time. And that level of power, that level of mastery of navigating everything is it's just so high. It's just like, it's just like so sovereign and so free, and so you just want to be around that energy, because that energy is so healing. It's so integrating. It's so non-projecting. It's so masterful. It's so amazing. So nice. That was a good one on how to hold this steady. Finding that eternal, unspeakable peace and fulfillment inside yourself. Because it's funny, if that was felt inside of someone with $100 billion or whatever, you would have to ask, like, was that actually, could that actually be attained from a feeling like that? Usually when you attain something like that, it's because you don't feel that inside of yourself. But it has its pros, of course, also. Advances technology, this kind of stuff too. But lack-based creativity, you can feel it because it's basically what's generating societal instability. It's what's generating societal inflation, that level of lack-based creativity. Whereas when you find this inside of yourself and you create from that, then it's just game-changing, because you're already whole. Whatever you generate is whole. So that's the main profound shift. You speak whole, you hold whole space, you create whole, etc. All right. Monologue over. Oh, I'm so happy. Love you guys. Some divine bait. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah. just offered as a reflection of your presented interest, just like it was presented as a reflection of my interest as well. Cycle, cycle. Honor and love you guys too. So sweet. So sweet. All right, I'll keep distilling out notes. So excited for that landing, and just how to hold it steady, being put into greater practice and experience, learning that peace, sitting and doing nothing, always looking at others as yourself, especially with those that trigger you the most. And seeing everything as code. Zooming out and seeing yourself as all those codes interacting. All right. Aw, beautiful. Aw, yeah, same. Keep being that creative love emanated. Beautiful. I think soon I'm gonna stop going backwards. I mean, in these notes. Like, rather than going towards December 2023 and November 2023 and back, because that's, right now I'm in January 2024. Instead of doing that, I might just jump over to Rome Research, where I have February 24, March 24, April 24, etc., and just move in that forwards direction. Because I think those notes they're more relevant, more recent, more paradoxically holistic. They're more advanced. There's going to be more profound insights to elaborate on and distill. Here I'm noticing I'm having to, some of them I take them as is, but some of them I have to rephrase with a greater, more expanded holistic awareness since that last year. And also there's not as many, I don't think. Some of these notes sometimes don't have anything that I want to distill out. It will be leaving behind some that I know are good, but it is what it is. I have better art that I want to distill from the most recent notes and more expanded ways of seeing. This one plays into what we were just talking about pretty good. It's that meeting yourself as no thing that we avoid. As meeting yourself as no thing is meeting yourself as the whole. So all these things giving rise to the feeling of separation, solidity, contraction, having enemies or opponents in the world. That's why I keep talking about it like a physics. You want to get to the physics of what is giving rise to these ideas of self, others, separation being real. I do not think I am familiar with the language of correspondence. System where every aspect of the natural world, including physical objects and human experiences, can be interpreted as symbolic representations of deeper spiritual realities. Beautiful. Essentially acting as a code to understand the divine through the everyday world. Perfect. Yep. Nice. Cool. Nice. Yep. Cool. This is a while ago, yeah. Very cool. It's been said so many times in so many ways for, quote, thousands of years or whatever. It's just now we have the modern languaging to talk about it, like codes and programs and all of those objects, people, experiences, everything being a reflection. All objects, people, experiences, everything as a reflection. It's like a dojo. It's like a dojo reflection for you. One way to say it is, I hate Trump / Kamala. Okay, then there's your work. It's like literally it's your reflection to yourself where your work is. Whoever you hate is what you haven't integrated. Whatever you hate is you hating yourself. It's you providing yourself with a reflection to integrate yourself into a wider unity of love. Yep. I'll just add here. Right, that phrasing through the lotus. It's kind of funny how science is all about repeatability. You know, it's like the greatest repeatability is you speaking English equal sign running the code English. You know, you grabbing water bottle equals running the code drink water. You know, your greatest repeatability is right there. Greatest repeatability is your reality is generated by the code programs you run. Continuously, constantly. That's not changing. Excuse me. Yeah, it's like that greatest repeatability that science is all about is that your reality is constantly being generated by the code programs you're running. So that very thing is not changing. Reality is constantly unfolding based on the programs that I'm running. So it's like you're sitting in the programmer simulator seat simulating whatever you want. Simulate that. Simulate this. And what I love is that the smartphone computer is a perfect reflection of that, where you're actively choosing what a dark, empty screen is simulating as its next content. So question in the live chat about, you know, why am I so obsessed with life purpose? All right. There's just a couple points on that. We get really obsessed with life purpose. A lot of it has to do with this, about society's conditioning, parental conditioning, etc. Our own dojo of intaking all of that conditioning to then work through. But most fundamentally, it starts with the very nature of all simulation is wanting to simulate. It's like you're wanting to simulate some sort of experience, exploration, experiment, adventure, something, right? The nature of all simulation, creativity itself, right? So a lot of it is just the very nature of infinity itself, of infinite creation itself. The second thing is that we just have to relax our anxiety around there being an infinity of things to simulate and choose, and then us being anxious and worried that I'm not going to choose the right thing, or that's not most authentic about me, or that's not most resonant with me. It's like, just relax. Yeah, there's an infinity of things that you can choose from, especially if you're really expanded and you're really creative and you're really a synthesis across a lot of different fields. It can sometimes feel overwhelming, but just choose, just create a thing at a time, see if it's most resonant. Oh, actually that was quite resonant. Nice. Okay, let's do something like that again in a different variation, or that didn't resonate so much. Okay, try something else. And that third one is just overdoing the anxiety associated with it. There's just so much of it is just all this conditioning that we've brought into ourselves, our parents, our society, etc. Just about, in order for me to be respected and worthy and whole, I have to get rich, I have to get famous, I have to get powerful and tell everybody what to do. It's just all of that conditioning has to get deprogrammed, and you just relax and create from there, simulate from there joyfully, whatever you want, joyfully, from home, from infinite home. Yeah. Yeah. There's like a residual, really. It is. It's like liberation from those residuals is very powerful. Yep. It's just such a funny, simple question from my notes. Speaks into all the regenerative stuff about home Tao we talked about earlier. Why is ordering a pizza not free? Can you take us outside of the mind again? It was very nice. Of course, but you know that that's what your role is to learn how to do that clearly for yourself and then hold that space for those around you, right? Why don't you write a little bit more about what exactly you feel like is a block that doesn't give you clear access to that continuously? Then we can go from there. Because it's already inside you. It's the very thing that's writing right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good too. And right now is just such a really good time as any time to just sit in it now. As I like to say, sit in yourself. Sit in yourself. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Super, super deep, old, conditioned, ingrained survival pathways. It's so funny how the dojo works, you know. Mm-hmm. Mm. This is always good. So we've talked about gauges, right? You have this gauge, like, you know, like on your car, or you have a car, or a dial, or like a medical dashboard, you know, or like your computer, or like a computer specs. And what is happening on those is that there's a measurement that's being taken and displayed, right? So you have a take a measurement and display the output, right? Pretty simple. So why are we saying that? Because, you know, you're taking a measurement of your, you know, your oil, tire pressure, you know, your heart rate, your blood pressure, your GPU usage, and you display that output. So what I'm saying is that if you investigate your mind, you will find and take a measurement of what programs are running. You will display that output. So you want to measure what programs are running and display that output. So gauge the programming and change it. Not just for you, but for all those who ask for your help. Okay. Aw. That's sweet. Thanks for saying that, Ryan, in the live chat. Yeah. That calm, still, deep ocean is what is being communicated. So the mastery of that over there within is what is being sought, right? And then holding that through whatever storms happen, clearly seeing that you're generating those for some sort of learning, for some deeper insight into yourself. And consciously, joyfully creating whatever you want from there too. And it's nice because when you create from there, it's whole. It's about the whole, and it's not about you. Yay. You get lumped in to when it's about the whole. Social fabric strengthens. You get a beautiful regenerative home, just like all others have the option to, and to tailor to their taste. But you see, that's a lot different than I will go rent seek, I will go and unethically generate wealth, siphon from communities for myself. Okay, question. When you do the whole, you also do you. When you do you, the whole, when you create for the whole, that's automatically including yourself. But when you do for yourself, not caring about the whole, that's when you don't care about anything unethical, anything about how it affects, quote, 7 generations down the line, etc. Yeah, it is the best of both worlds. So the best way to identify how many programs are currently running. Just make it more simple for yourself. Okay, so like water program. So not everything has to be a quote program like conditioning, right? It's just like water, right? Yeah, there's conditioning, but it's water, right? It's something very like neutral and basic and survival, right? Whereas, like, the software of believing yourself to be a time-based entity or to be your name in a world of real others. So, and just watch how you react to stuff, you know? Watch how you react to stuff. Like, you see a piece of content, do you say, oh my god, what a retard, fuck that guy? Or, lol. It's just, you know, like, I clearly see that as myself. Nothing more to say. I mean, I really want to just make it more simple, but, you know, getting it a little deeper, you can say just self-inquiry, right? Self-inquiry, like, watch your behaviors. Like, what reality are you simulating? You know, are you simulating, you know, using your phone? What apps? You know, who do you talk to? Why? You know, where do you go every day? What do you work as? You know, etc. Just, you know, basic self-inquiry. You know, to like recode, like, what reality do I want to simulate with greater awareness? That's more authentically me. Okay. Let's see what else is here. I feel like I'm getting pretty close to switching from going towards December 23 to going towards February 24, March 24, going in the direction of towards today. Yeah, that's funny. That's a good one. Yeah. Like, start with the program of wanting to count your other programs. Just so funny and meta. I love it. These things are so funny. That's why I said earlier there's the attractor for the war drama, and then there's the attractor for zoomed out hole. Okay. All right. All right. That's good on going towards 2023 December and stuff. I'm going to start going to February and March 24. Let's go in that direction now. All right. It's a good window. To right from there. Word. That's another good one. Yeah, I was pretty big on the word warping also. It's a great way to describe simulating. Warping the experience of drinking water. Warping the experience of speaking English. These specific words, right? Warping like magic, like spell casting, right? Like coding. How do we most effectively choose to simulate the success or health of others? By just being the whole yourself. By being it, you bring it everywhere you go. Whatever you creatively generate is for the whole. You're most effective when you're identified as the whole for, quote, helping the success of others. And you got to remember that a lot of the intentions of those others is the war drama itself. So just do you, boo. You know, just do you. Those that want to be the whole and heal and work on themselves and create for the whole, they'll all magnetize towards what you create, and you'll magnetize towards them, and that kind of thing will unfold. I mean, that's literally what's happening right now. Okay. Pretty good. That comment is so funny and so true. It's so true. Oh, hold on. I gotta go here first. Paste it. Comment is so funny. It's so funny and so true. I've talked about this on the previous streams, right? Like, why is this the case? Okay, so we just talked about it actually right up here a little bit. This right here. So for the most part, the corporate workforce is about factions. It's about separation. It's about cutthroat business practices. It's about shareholder interests and returns. It's about extracting out the most profit. Fuck nature. Fuck holism. Not always. There are, some corporations that are doing better. But how many self-realized right. So what we have is we have the very attractor of war drama and our very dependence on money for basic needs does not, quote, play well with self-realization, because when you're at a corporation saying everything is one whole, the boss looks at you and says, dude, our competition is the enemy. You're fired. Okay, so then you go to try to earn money in the existing system while doing ethical work. Ethical, holistic work. How many companies are out there doing ethical, holistic work that pay you well enough for at least your basic needs and ownership of your own home, etc.? Okay, so then typically what happens through this process is then you realize the war drama attractor that we've been, talking about up here is in fact quite hostile to anyone that has, quote, we say zoomed out whole. So then you start looking at, okay, how do I, buy some land, build a regenerative homestead, work with others that are ethical and whole on a project like this, because I don't want to go back to the corporate war drama matrix. And so that's where we come together and build regenerative homesteads and communities, deflate the cost of housing and basic needs, use AI and robotics to help us automate our processes, oh, did I just get I got a hotkey for pasting without formatting. Oh, sick. Let's try that. Control Shift V. Okay, let's try that. Control Shift V. Da 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 da. Realization. Thank you. That's a good one. It's a good hotkey. Oh man, Control Shift V. Oh, such a good one. Control Shift V. Nice, nice. Thanks, fam. Team effort. Gosh, I love hotkeys. So good. That's such a good one. Oh, you're welcome. That's the whole point of community. A key part of this bit here is to just to clearly know within yourself, like 100% clearly with a lot of mastery, that these two things that are one thing, like this one coin being these two, that and like just being okay with that. And being okay with building something that's not that, as another flavor of the Infinite Simulator exploring something. And that part is pretty sometimes takes a little bit to learn. It's really just a different flavor of the picnic. not projecting that it's better or the right way. What can I say except you're welcome? Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, any other hotkeys, always welcome. That's good. Spaciously resetting the mind's energetics. It's kind of funny because the war drama is like a junkie addiction. I mean, the same thing is true about the whole. It's its own form of, quote, running the program, running the 360 program. Running the code of, quote, being zoomed out. Seeing yourself as everything. Mm-hmm. Yep, come to the coin many times. Yep, just reconciling the war drama in the whole. Yep. Yeah, essentially the master reconciled the war drama as the whole. It's like a deep, 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 deep acceptance of that. I mean, it's literally like anything that you see on the internet is like you accepting that as yourself. So it's like you're not getting triggered by anything on the internet and saying that that's fucking stupid, that's fucking wrong, they're so dumb. You know? There's a really good Buddhist wisdom that goes something like, even though that war drama is putting up huge views of these masks and these factions at war with each other, one that feels the whole, one that feels the emptiness of self, should not even reify that view even a tiny speck. So you can sit in it, and you can be it, and you can create from it, and you can enjoy community with it, all that good stuff. But you're not projecting it as a right way to be. I have the truth, we have the truth, you are inferior because you're believing in a political faction or ideology, whatever, you know. Believe in separation, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Being in service where requested, especially when it's earnest. Yeah, another one that helps a lot is just like becoming clear of your drug dependency on local realism. So for those coming home and earnestly wanting that, clearly seeing that drug dependency on solidifying the dream, turning everything into something contracted and locally real, is so clutch to remove yourself from that crutch, right? One way that we avoid the void is by depending on local realism, clutching on. All right. Yeah, there's a whole lot of some comments in live chat. There's a whole lot of those that feel like awakened in some way that that feel like the social fabric itself is very unstable, and that deeply, of course, resonates, but it's important to remember, if you want, that when you know that that's the case, but you still consciously choose to simulate something that's like regenerative infrastructures for the social fabric itself, you'll unlock another, let's say, chapter of scenes in your exploration, right? So when people say, I'm just ready to die, it doesn't matter, who the fuck cares? You know, it's like, yeah, sure, of course, but it's like you're already dead and you're already simulating whatever. So it's not like going to sleep forever is going to, you're just going to want to dream again. You know what I mean? So it's just, in a way, it's like, well, what would happen in like, quote, 5 or 10 years, if I built a regenerative homestead? What would happen? Like, what kind of experiences would I get introduced to? What kind of levels of mastery could I explore? Interacting with myself, helping myself transform and heal and that kind of stuff. So there's more layers to the dream that are rich and possible. So just keep that in mind and actively simulate that into reality if you wish, because there's some unique juice and play to experience there. That's how I've went about thinking about it and also sharing it. It's good. I keep coming to this too. I keep trying to share it in various ways. I think it's quite helpful, because we talk so much about, infinity. But like, what do you think infinity means? Like, it means that you can't leave yourself. You're the only game in town infinitely. Everywhere you look. What do you think God is? you know? So it says all knowing, all present, you know, everywhere, everything, forever, eternal, infinite, now, I am, here, this, etc. Glad that resonated. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, there's a comment about like the natural, fear of the void. It's like every single night you're going to bed, you know? It's that feeling, but right now when you're, quote, simulating your dream of life, that's why it's nested. It's nested and it's recursive. You're not going anywhere or moving anywhere. You can't leave the creative void. You can't leave infinity. You can't leave God. You're forever in that throne. There's just an eternal amount of shit that you can simulate and explore. All kinds of fucking dreams and ciphers of encryption and decryption and contraction and expansion. I always say it's right here, and it's just like looking at you in the face that it's already here and it can't be left. And I'm already it. And that's infinite and eternal. I always try to make it as simple as possible in that way. Because the point is to melt away the questions. Melt away the questions. Keep melting the questions away. Keep melting them away. Every question should melt away, melt away, melt away. Oh, another question? Okay, I've exhausted that inquiry. Melt away. Oh my God, there's a new field that I haven't, quote, researched. Okay, now I need to research that. I need to empty that out. I need to exhaust that, right? More of my karma emptied, exhausted, etc. Until literally every single question, every view, every angle, every agenda, every insight, every program, every way of seeing, everything is totally exhausted, and you just sit in yourself as that ineffable, that wordless now. And then you joyfully create something. Oh, I want to joyfully create a hike in the woods. Okay, great. That's an infinite creator simulating the experience of hiking in the woods. Oh, I want a burger today. Okay, great. Let me go get some ground beef and make a burger. Like, it's just way more simple than constantly thinking all the time about exhausting thoughts about, oh, do I know this? Do I know that? Is that person right? Is that thing? It's just like it drives you fucking crazy, And I'm that way too. I feel like I got here because I am that way, Like I've talked about this quite a bit, but it's all about exhausting all of that karma. It's all about exhausting all of that insatiable intellectual appetite. Like, that's just part of the fucking algorithm, you know? Like, a core part of the algorithm is fucking exhausting all intellectual information about yourself, you know? But you want to just, quote, use the power law efficiently, right? That Pareto principle, utilize that efficiently, because you can easily find like the top, quote, 10 things of a field that teaches you 90% of what the field is about. And you can exhaust it all in a week. You don't need to spend a fucking year immersed in the knowledge of that field. Most of it's just noise and conceptual symbols that are meaningless. But there are certain rich symbols that you're actively seeking that act as decryptions of encrypted logic gates. I spent a whole episode in Digital Metaphysics talking about that. It's called Cipher, that episode. So, yeah. It's fun. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Comment in the live chat about 5 read St. Augustine's Confessions. That sounds quite familiar. Yep. How he regrets having led a sinful and immoral life. Yep, this profound, intense sorrow for sexual sins. Yep, the importance of sexual morality. Yep, beautiful. I know there's a lot more, but I love stuff like that. Yeah, anything that gets one to reflect on the nature of sin and morality, and especially sexual sin, and showing intense sorrow and catharsis and transfiguration is so powerful. Love it. Feel free to mention why you brought it up. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. Yep. Love that. Comment about, I love that I'm always pretty familiar with the subject matter on this channel. My journey has taught me well and still does. Love that. That's probably my favorite, is when the diamond is being pointed at from all of these various angles and ways of seeing, and there's still deep resonance in that conversation where it has also been seen over there, all of those same angles and ways, and then there's fun and play and enhancements and joy together. I love that so much. And that's, by the way, that's one of the things that we were commenting on earlier that will come up more as, you feel like, fuck, like, my self-realization kind of ejected me out of the war drama and the corporate money-making systems. So what you gain access to through the regenerative infrastructures and going to build your own sort of homesteads and basic needs communities and whatnot is that you gain access to more and more of those unique styles of convos and plays. Okay. Y'all are probably familiar with the idea of your idea being Lindy. It's a Nassim Taleb idea, right? The Lindy is when an idea stands the, quote, test of time, right? So, why are things like, like Plato's cave and stuff, like why is it still here in a new form of simulation? Oh gosh, that's so funny, right? Because it's Lindy, right? So you want to hold reality in the most Lindy way possible. Meaning you want to hold the inexhaustible well inside yourself, deep inside yourself, simulating whatever it wants, including all models, projections, ways of seeing, fields of research, blah, 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 right? And that's why I always go back to bootloader programs reality. Just some sort of like simple ass model of how all reality is generated. This whole thing, this whole thing in shape of tree. Done. I always like to say this too, but like a hallmark of a, quote, good master is that they immediately tell you their main role is to obsolete themselves and for you to be the good master ASAP. They tell you, no simping. Oh yeah, Docs allows that. That's right. That's how to do it. DNA. Yeah, there we go. Cool. That's how to do it. That's probably a better way to be doing this. How do I get that? Sphere? No. What would that thing be called? Ball? Crystal. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's better. I'll put that back up here where it's... All right. All right. I officially feel very good with getting up to 2023 December. So yeah, now I'll officially switch over to February and March of 2024 and begin going towards the direction of distilling out the profound wisdoms from notes from the last 10 months, let's say. All right. So for that, I will switch from Evernote to Roam Research, baby. Yeah, so like I said earlier, I used Evernote those last 10 years up until 2024. And then in 2024, the whole year used Roam Research. And in 2025, the plan so far has been going good, has been to not take as many notes at all, no matter where, and just distill it all into as clear of artistic videos, video games, content as possible, streams, etc. All right. Oh boy, oh boy. Roam Research, here it is. Okay. I guess I could go the other way. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a... Damn, I'm just peeking into... This is good stuff. Yeah, this last year has had just like bangers, like holistic, paradoxical, just straight to the pointers. So I'm already getting tastes of them now. That's fine. It's already been 5 hours on this one. Okay. That's about my ballpark. A 5-hour note distillation's pretty good. Oh my gosh, there's so much good, rich stuff in here. Gosh, I'm pumped for the next note distillation. I'm glad that we're finally going to go in the last 10 months direction. Yeah. You know, and I think that, like you're saying in the chat, you had powerful moments last year. Like, I think it's good to just get the juices, the most relevant juices that have been boiling up, that are most holistic, most paradoxical, most direct, most poignant. Like, just, like, it's all good. Your notes from 2016 and 2018, 2020 and all that stuff, like, it's fine. Even 2022, it's fine. Like, those served you when they did. You already distilled content out of them into videos as you've been going anyway. So, you can, if you really want to, you can export them and keep them, or just, leave them there as read only, or whatever you want to do. Store them away on a hard drive that you'll never go look at again. Feed them into an AI and see what the AI says. I may do that with the files from 22 and 23 just to see what the AI says, just out of curiosity and stuff. But really, 24, the most recent wisdoms, are so important to distill and get out. And then in 25, like you've been seeing already, it's just really about, like, even this as a form of experience and art is not quite, it's good. Like, it works in many ways and it serves in many ways and it's fun. But I think getting like an immersive video game that challenges the mind with all of these things, but in an immersive game style, I'm so pumped for things like that. So, and I'm more pumped to focus my time and my energy on stuff like that. So we will see how all that goes this year. I'll be back with another notes distillation where we'll head balls deep into Rome research and 2024 in these last like 10 months especially, and we'll play from there. We'll see how that goes. Gosh, there's a lot of good stuff there. Okay. This has been a fun note distillation. I will make a link, a comment only link for this Google Doc note. And then I'll drop it in the description so you can click that open and copy and paste, Creative Commons, repurpose as you please, however you want. And be doing a digital metaphysics stream on Wednesday. Yep. Tuesday tomorrow. Taking down our Christmas tree with all of its ornaments with my mom. We kept it up for the Orthodox Christmas and the Armenian celebration of the New Year and stuff, so it's a little bit later into January. So it's time to take all that down, do some work together, have a good dinner. So probably won't be streaming or anything tomorrow. But digital metaphysics will be good on Wednesday. Oh yeah, I also technically did a recap of the last note distillation. That was like 55 pages. Okay, that's not bad. We're at 43 on this one. Can you see that? Yeah, there it is right there in the corner. Jeez. All right. Let's see. Much love to. Thanks for your love and your joy. Shared space together. Our shared digital presence. Yes, infinite love. I will do a recap now. So I'll try to only go over the absolute best highlights. Okay. So, very simple. 3 words, 3 emojis. Bootloader, programs, reality. Don't need any more words to explain it. The mirror of mind is shattered into a universal superposition. What do you think infinity is? It's not possible to leave yourself. Either side is not superior. Becoming clear of your drug dependency on local realism. The master reconciled war drama as the whole. Spaciously resetting the mind's energetics. Between war drama and zoomed out whole. Being the whole is just a different flavor of the picnic, not projecting that it's better or the right way. One coin with these 2 attractors, war drama and zoomed out whole. That sweet feeling of release from craving, of simulating other and going to war against yourself. What underpins all existence is a tree simulating information. Simulating is warping. Is a digital information space. You sit as the source of all projected models. A fully integrated mind knows and feels both the womb and dick inside them. Genderless consciousness. What remains unaffected through all transformations. Think of yourself as software running programs. Gauging the programming and changing it. As the simulator, as the coder. The gauging of taking the measurement of what programs are running, displaying that output clearly for yourself, recoding it as you wish. What remains unchanging even while changing. What's invariant and transformational. Just your own dojo. This bit, I'll probably turn this one and the earlier one into a clip. Why am I so obsessed with life purpose? Well, because the simulator simulates to simulate whatever it wants. The very nature of all simulation. And it's constantly having to choose out of infinity what creative scenes it wants to simulate. And you're likely just overdoing the anxiety associated with life purpose and relaxing society's conditioning. What a dark, empty screen simulates as its next content. Great analogy. You're sitting in the programmer/simulator seat simulating what you want. Your greatest repeatability is your reality is generated by the code programs you run. The uncomfortable surfacing of wounds as transmutation into greatest gold. You're constantly using the world as a reflection to yourself where your work is, whoever you, quote, hate. It's all just a dojo reflection for you. And then this bit I'll also probably make a clip of. Finding that eternal, unspeakable peace and fulfillment inside yourself. And then the question in the live chat was how to hold that steady. All is you, perfect and whole as it is. So I said 1, sit and do nothing. Learn how to see yourself as that infinite eternal well. 2, always look at others as yourself, always, especially with those that trigger you the most. And 3, seeing everything as ideology. The master of seeing everything as code. You need nothing. Mice take 3 times longer to solve a maze if they're exposed to multitasking, so being vigilant when you want with focused work. Expansion feels like free will, contraction feels like pinball, and there is only choice to simulate whatever you want. There is no not picking, nor is there right pick. A good way to think about the tree, you have that single octopus, all of its tentacles as minds, and then you have this mind spectrum as the integral from a tensor representing all the variables yielding expansion to a tensor representing all the variables yielding contraction. And that being the mathematical nature of the system that is infinity exploring whatever it wants. Real physics, how an unchanging simulator simulates. An infinitary spins data like a laser and a camera simultaneously. Not like a bang that happened 13.8 billion years ago, but now, simulating whatever it wants. Like a laser is shooting out your eyes and a camera is receiving the information. Bunch of good stuff on HomeDAO. This was a pretty good, might be a clip too. Reality is a drama simulator. Everything is one thing called you. All data is simulated and processed as information. This speaks more to that spinorial bang and whole each moment simultaneously versus that contracted feeling of time being something linear. The simulator coding all experiences. Best case scenario simulation design. Fuck, what am I? Let's talk about the news instead. Political polarization. That's good simulation design. All good science leads to what am I? A creative vacuity knowing itself. You have this one thing with two attractors like a coin with lost and with home. Uniting the mind with featureless space. The language of information is how we compute infinite phenomena. Love that one. There's again that tensor spectrum, this time about when the other is self as expansion versus when the other is a real separate entity as contraction. Gauge and heat maps. You want to be the thing that gives rise to all models, being that recursive simulator like tree and leaves. Infinity, knowing itself in all ways. This is already AGI fully simulating new unknown creativities. Core of singularity is a mind transformation. That's good. Quantize the transformations of the core variables in the mind that generate reality experience. Core variables in mind that generate reality. You want to quantize those core variables and their transformations. What's happening in the tree leaves? Codes in dialogue is what's happening in the tree leaves. The observer tensor data is intaken to a singularity and new creation is generated from it. Hence that cyclic feedback loop. And hence everything, moment to moment, being new creation that's being generated based on what you've already simulated. Description of a system of minds transforming. One framework that gives rise to all of it. Spinner is your simultaneous in and out. And there it is again. Bootloader programs reality. You want a framework of how reality works. And how you work is how reality simulates experience. Holy Grail, a relationship between science, spirituality, and simulation. Just how that one core framework gives rise to all of that. Yummy note distill. Fun one. Big fun packet of yummies. All right. Love you, fam. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back with our next note distillation soon, this time on the more newer notes. Should be very exciting. All right. Looking forward to Wednesday with Digital Metaphysics. All right. Much love. Thanks for tuning in. Live chat was super fun. Very grateful for you all, fam. Bye.